Hey everybody, thanks for joining us. And we are doing the multifaceted approach to self-image, self-esteem, self-worth. I think we all know in general what those things are. Self-image is who I think I am, and then self-esteem being how I feel about who I think I am, and then self-worth being what I believe I'm worth, regardless of my image and my self-esteem. And so the thing that I would say about self-image, self-esteem, self-worth is, a lot of times they're a byproduct of our experiences. The things that happen in life, the things that, you know, the good, the bad, whatever that might be. But I'd say even if you take a step back and step away from that and you go, well, yes, maybe that's true, or maybe you think, I don't know about that. Like, I would say it has more to do with where we're at internally. Are we in a stress state where, the outside world is constantly throwing us curveballs and we're constantly putting out fires and basically reacting to things. So if you think about it, at some point something might be going wrong and you're like, why is this happening to me? Why does this happen? I thought it was going to be different, or, you know, some version of that. And this is more a reflection of our inner state. And we've talked about in some of the classes in the past that the mind and body each are having different experiences with the things that are happening in our environment or in the world. Your mind has the story. This person did this. I went to Disneyland and it was amazing. I rode this ride. I was successful at work, or this person was being obnoxious at work. This person in my family is obnoxious, whatever it is, right? Your body doesn't see it like that. Your body sees it as, is this safe or is this chaotic? Is this, am I protected, or am I about to be traumatized, or I'm feeling traumatized, right? And then to take it a step further, in these different things that happen, your body is just trying to get through it, right? So trauma in the mind is, this person said this and they were so mean and they did that, and they attacked, my character, and whatever it is, right? Your body just sees it as, I don't feel safe, I feel traumatized, this is super unstable. And so the nervous system, right? All your physiology, but especially your nervous system, tries to stabilize the situation or tries to get us through whatever it is so that we continue to thrive. The body is trying to protect the body and trying to get the body to be able to have all of its experiences tomorrow and next week and next month and next year. Your body is just trying to survive. And so a lot of times what happens is that we have a trauma or a negative incident that happened maybe even 10, 20, 30 years ago. And to the mind, like, that was a long time ago. We're out of there. We're safe. That person was a jerk, whatever it is. And then your body still thinks that situation is happening, still thinks you're in that room where that person was being so mean or so obnoxious. Or, you know, your body might still think that, it's about to happen again, right? Like, so it's on guard. It's waiting for the other shoe to drop. It's like you can't put your guard down because something bad's about to happen, right? And so, part of this is your neurology. And a lot of how we think is your endocrine system passing through your neurology, right? So if we think that we're in an unsafe place, if we think that we're being traumatized because of these loops from the past, then we kind of have a lens or a filter where we're just seeing what happened in the past, but now currently. And I'd say for self-esteem and self-image and self-worth, the more chaotic that our body feels, the more that's going to be a reflection on how we think about ourselves, how we see ourselves, how we feel about ourselves, and our value. If things constantly feel chaotic, you're going to have uh, a diminished self-worth because it's like, I'm not good enough for things to go well. I'm not good enough for there to be stability in my life. I'm not good enough for things to work out or good things to happen to me. And again, it's not conscious, but a lot of our thoughts and emotions originate in the body sensations, through lower emotion and the dysregulation of the nervous system. The more that we're in a dysregulated state, which is like stress, fight, flight, it's going to impact how we feel and how we think. And yes, it's impacting how we feel and think about the outside world, but it's also impacting how we feel and how we think about ourselves, right? And so I've talked about this example before, and I had this teacher for a long time, and he's no longer in the body, but he had given me some tasks to do, and I was doing them. And so one day, he was in town, and him and I were walking, and we're being very quiet, and he basically said, "So how's it going? How's it going with those tasks I gave you?" And me in my stress state and, dysregulated nervous system and seeing like all the instability of situations and you know, I was like, well, it's going okay. It was actually going quite well, but for me, I was like, but it's not amazing, or it wasn't like any time that I would start a task it didn't go well in the beginning. And so the thing that I said to him was, it's going okay. I mean, I eventually get it to where it's going well, but like when I start, I don't do very well. Like I go to a new area, I'm doing the things I'm supposed to be doing, but it, it's never goes well right off the bat. And then, eventually it starts doing a little better and a little better. And then finally, after a while, I get it to where it should be. And he was like, "Oh, very good." And I was quiet for a minute. I was like, "Ah, he didn't even hear me. I can't even communicate well." And then I was like, "No, I don't think I'm communicating. Like when I start, I fail for a while." And he goes, "Oh, very good." And I got really quiet and I go, I don't think I'm explaining myself very well. I go, I literally said this to him. I go, when I start something, I suck. I suck so bad. I can't do it right. And, after a while, I eventually get it better, but I can't do it well. And he goes, "Oh, very good." And I was just beside myself. And he said, the mistake that a lot of people make and a lot of businesses make is that they assume that they're right off the bat. So then they put something forward or they make some sort of effort, and when it doesn't go well, they double down. He goes, the right thing for a smart person or a wise person is that whenever you start a project, you make the assumption that your first three attempts are wrong. They're always wrong. And when you approach these things that you're doing and you start off going, okay, I'm wrong, that means I need to refine myself. I need to make adjustments. I need to adapt. I need to take in more information and then keep improving how you apply yourself. He goes, when you do that, he goes, you have a much greater potential for being successful, right? And he said, and the difficulty there is to keep being able to keep going, even though you're having difficulty and it's not going well right off the bat. And he said, you know, that is the way, that is the path of wisdom in these situations is you just assume that those first three attempts are wrong. And then even when it starts going right, you're always adjusting and adapting and trying to improve whatever's happening. And so what he said was, it blew my mind. And so then he leaned in and he goes, so like I said, very good. And like, oh, that was like a game changer. Because like every time I would start something and it didn't go well, what was wrong with me? Why can't I do this right? Why can't I succeed? Why am I not smart enough to like get this going? And it could be little things in your life, or it could be big things in your life. It could be a relationship. It could be even just how you get through the day. It could be all kinds of things, but when things feel like stressed or you're trying to make it work or you feel vulnerable or you're dealing with past traumas or whatever it is, you keep seeing through that lens and then it's like, this keeps happening. When really, like what I was doing, it was not life threatening. I wasn't running from a cheetah, and like, if I don't make it to the river, it's gonna get me, or whatever. It was just things that I was attempting to do, and over a period of time, I did refine myself, and I was being quite successful in doing it. And even though I was being quite successful, my viewpoint, because out of stress and my past, was I can't do anything right. you know and so that again goes back to self-image and self-esteem and self-worth, and my worth was like how well I could perform in these situations, and I wasn't performing in my mind very well compared my effort compared to others. I was at the top of what was happening with my peers, but I didn't see it that way. And so self-esteem, self-image, self-worth, these are all really a byproduct of our perceptions and our nervous system and how we respond to the environment and then how we process it. And at some point, we start to have balance in the nervous system and we become more self-aware, right? We become more aware of who we are regardless of the things that are happening in our environment, in our surroundings. And when I say that, it's not some story in the head like, oh, I need to come up with this, or I need to, think this or think that about who I am or who they are or whatever. It's just this sense of, yeah, even if it's a difficulty, it'll pass and I'm still doing well. Right? And so the difficulty with the nervous system is we see things in a very polarized way. This is good for me. This is bad for me. This is safe. This is unsafe. This is traumatic. This feels good, right? This hurts. This doesn't hurt. Or even this is pleasurable, right? And so part of all of this is how it imprints on the nervous system. And even when we think of people, you know, they could be good 90% of the time, and then they make some obnoxious comment, and they're like, ah, that person's a bad person because fill in the blank, you know? And you see this a lot with polarized viewpoints and like politics or the things going on in the world, right? People are, not everybody, but people are definitely picking sides, right? They're definitely picking sides. And so, there's judgments, there's whatever it might be. And we can't go, this person's a good person, but God, they have a few weird viewpoints. It's like usually an either or, right? But when the nervous system is balanced, when there starts to be an increase of soul contact, when intuition starts to be a little bit more heightened, you can go, this person's a really good person, but don't ask them about politics. Yeah, you'll just have a weird conversation. But they're still a good person. I just don't agree with them, or whatever, fill in the blank. And so we want to increase the ability of the function of the heart. And the heart can hold something that is very good, and then something about a situation or a person that maybe is not so good, and hold them both where it's not an either or, right? And so this can also go for ourselves. Like we can feel good about ourselves, but maybe we make a mistake or we make a bad decision or something bad happens, and it's like, ugh, I feel so bad about myself or whatever. But it's like, there's a lot of things that I do good in this area. I need to work on it, right? And that doesn't make me like a bad person or not of value or like, diminish my self-image. It's just, evolution is a byproduct of time, process, and mistakes. And, mistakes sometimes, or I should say almost all the time, is the greatest teacher. You know, making mistakes is how we grow, it's how we learn, it's how we adapt. It's a part of life. My mind when I was talking to my teacher was, I can't make mistakes. Making mistakes makes me a bad person or not smart or not good enough. And when he explained, like, no, you make mistakes and then you learn from them, you grow from them, and then you move on. Like, I was like, oh, wait, that's on the table. I didn't even know that was on the table. Wow. you know and so even if none of this makes sense to you, when your nervous system is in a better place, we usually think of the world and ourselves in a better way. And we feel about the world and about ourselves in a better way. And we value things externally and internally about ourselves in a better way. Like I said, sometimes old traumatic events or old events where there was conflict, our body still thinks they're happening even right now. And it's tied to neural loops. We get into this repetitive loop and we can't break out of it. So when we have an event, right, there's the event, or at least the perception of an event, right? This person said this happened, whatever it is, be it real or just a perception, there's the event, right? Then our nervous system goes into protection mode. It goes into defense mode. It tries to establish safety. It tries to bring um, uh, stability to chaos, whatever it might be, right? And then once that situation's been resolved, then we go into a completion phase where then it discharges the stress energy, it discharges the protective energies, or the mechanisms within our system. It it discharges the drive for safety and stability and those kinds of things. And then our body goes into a restoration phase where we are restored. Our nervous system goes back to the way that it was, and the world is good again. What a neural loop is, we have the event and the perception, right? Then we go into defense mode or protection mode, and then we get stuck, right? It never goes to completion and it never goes into restoration. We're stuck in that defense mode or that protection mode. So then we're running that program like an app on your phone or on your computer. It's running, even if it's not up in the background, it's running. It's running, it's running, it's running, it's running, right? Then when we go into these other situations, that program, that repetition is then playing out in whatever we see, right? So the more that we complete these neural loops, basically we're undoing the past from the body, right? The more that we can do that, the more that we can be restored or regenerated, right? We stop having those past experiences impact how we feel, because however we feel is how we start to generate thoughts, right? If we feel that we're not safe or we're traumatized or the other shoe's about to drop, that affects how we think, right? And then if it affects how we think, then it impacts how we interact with the outside world, right? It's very straightforward mechanics. So the idea is to close those neural loops and to not still be acting on things that happened so long ago. Even though your mind thinks, that's done. Your body is sitting in the corner chewing on its fingernails going, no, it's not. You don't get it. You don't understand. You don't know me, right? So that whole idea of body listening is so that we can complete the loops, you know? So even if none of this makes sense, we'll go through and start doing the processes and you just feel how you feel, right? And see if you start to feel better. So let's just think about, how do we see ourselves? How do we feel about ourselves? Just kind of check in with, like, how do we value ourselves? It seems like a simple question, but sometimes it can be kind of difficult. A lot of times we might go, I don't know really how I think about myself, but it is reflected in how we behave and interact with the outside world. So if you can't go, this is how I think I feel about myself, then why do I always do this when I interact with a difficult person or when I try to do something? Or maybe I don't try to do anything at all. Maybe I hide out and stay at home. Maybe I only go to places that feel safe. Okay, so even if you couldn't feel something or process something, don't worry about it. Let's just see if we can feel better with where we're at and think better. Sometimes when I sit and go, okay, how do I feel about my image of myself? like I sit there and think, and I was like, nothing, nothing, nothing's in my brain, nothing, nothing. But then I think about like situations and it's like, okay, this person was being really obnoxious to me. How did I act in that? Did I overreact? Did I underreact? Did I stand my ground? Did I stick to my morals? Did I just try to put a fire out? You know, how did I handle myself? Anyway, so you have choices. You have the blend Angel Heart, which was in the kit for purchase, or Tuberose, Blue Lotus, Angelica, Osmanthus, Opopanax, Greenheart, Shazandra, or Cape Chamomile. Like choose an oil. Which one are you using? Angel. Yeah. Okay, I think we're good. So just start taking some nice long, slow, deep breaths with the oil that you have. You're inhaling through your nose, exhaling through your mouth. Okay, and then let that go. So again, even when we think of like, how do I see myself? How do I feel about myself? One of the great ways to measure is you think of situations where they could be neutral, they could be a little bit difficult, whatever, you're dealing with something obnoxious. See those situations and then just even notice how you feel. If you think about like how we feel hurt in a situation or we start to get upset in a situation, part of it is there is an injury happening there, but the injury is not physical, it's not social. It's impacting how we see ourselves. It's impacting how we feel about ourselves. It's impacting our value, our self-value. And so part of sometimes why we get upset or we have the reaction is you're hurting me, but it's more the self or how we see the self. So we can kind of see it in some of the different situations. And then as we go through and we do this process, we go back to it and go, do I feel hurt here? Do I feel like this situation is making me feel bad or see myself in a different way? You know, the more that everything starts to feel calm and neutral, you're not losing yourself in the situation. You're not feeling harmed in the situation. So that's what we're shooting for, is to not feel harmed or not to feel, bad about ourselves or horrible about ourselves when life happens, difficulties happen in the world. So anyway, so let's continue to inhale. Your awareness is on your front heart, center of your chest. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the front heart. Yeah. I'm sorry. Kit for purchase was Angelica. Yeah. I said Angel Heart, but it was Angelica, actually. Yeah. So you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the center of your chest, the front heart. Now, move your awareness to the back heart, which is the area between your shoulder blades. And move your awareness to the throat. Now move your awareness to that area between your eyebrows. Now your awareness is up on the forehead. And then the very top of your head, the crown. How's this feel? Yeah. And then pause and be still. And then just pause for a moment. You're just pausing for a moment. And now be aware of your body. Where do you feel something in your body? You're checking in with your body. And wherever you feel like a tension or an agitation, a heaviness, focus on that area. You're not trying to relax it or fix it or do anything. You're just trying to observe it. And in the observation, you're completing the loop. You just have to sit with it. You're helping the mind to hear the body. You want the mind to go, I hear what you are saying. Let me reflect it back. Like, you're wanting that because if you think about like in a conversation with a person, you go at it and at it and at it, and nobody's listening to the other person, and what happens? The volume gets louder, it gets more intense, and it gets more repetitive. You're not hearing me, right? This happens all the time between the body and the mind. And so if the body doesn't feel that the mind is listening to the information that it's giving, it gets louder, it gets more intense, and it gets more repetitive, right? So we're basically just going, okay, body, what do you have to say? I hear you. And then I just wanted you to listen, whatever it is. And then the body starts calming down. It basically shifts into deeper levels of vagal tone, right? So you're listening to the body. Wherever you find something, begin to inhale the oil with your awareness on that area of your body. And pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Hmm. Just let it incubate for a moment. Now let's do another round. Same oil. Your awareness is on your front heart, which is the center of your chest. Your awareness is still on the front heart, the center of your chest. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart, that area between your shoulder blades. Your awareness is between your shoulder blades on the back heart. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, move your awareness to the throat. Your awareness is on the throat. Move your awareness to the area between the eyebrows. Move your awareness to the forehead, where the hairline is. The crown. Your awareness is on the crown. Your awareness is on the crown. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just let it go for a moment. Just let it go. You're being aware of your body. Where do you feel something in your body? Observe that area in your body, that tension, that heaviness, that agitation. And with your awareness on that area of your body, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause. Let's do body awareness again. So re-observe your body. Check in with your body from scratch. It might be the same area, might be somewhere different. Wherever you feel something, start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths as you observe that area. And you're just pausing and being still. How's that? Blackmail. Let's do body awareness again. Check in with your body, reevaluate. Is it that same spot or is there a different area? Observe that area. And you're inhaling with your awareness on that area. Pause and be still. So we're going to do this part a little bit more. But before we do that, we're going to take a break. And before we take a break, we're going to do shares and questions. You can unmute yourself or type in. Let's hear how you did with this.
You know, if you're conscious. I mean, after the first round, I was like, that was amazing. For the body awareness part, I could, it was like my high heart area, and it was so tight and so tense. And just the body awareness, I was like, oh my gosh, you wouldn't even know I had that tension, like after the
Good.
fact. Not only that, but that whole like focus to awareness thing where it's like expansion, experience that. That was so amazing. Oh, and then the one of the other rounds when we did the body awareness, it was like my whole skin just felt super itchy.
Mhm.
So I was just like, let me do my best to just be aware of the whole integumentary skin, and I again like expanded out. So yeah, very cool. We had some shares come in. The gripped tension is moving and changing every few minutes.
Oh, good.
Someone shared, made it through the first round and then slept for the second one. Never made it past the front heart.
Yeah, good for you. I mean, if you think of rest and repair, falling asleep is part of rest and repair mode.
Mhm.
So when that happens, just lean into it. Yeah. Okay, it sounds like everybody's.
Kind of quiet.
So how about we'll take a break and we'll come back at 10 till the hour and we'll do a little bit more and then we'll slip into segment 2. So,
Fine.
hey everybody. So we left off with body awareness. Let's do a little bit more of that. We're going to cycle through in the Angel Heart section one more time, and then we're going to slide into repetitive imagery loops, which is segment 2, right? So with body awareness, we're going to reassess our body, feel whatever's going on in your body, and wherever you feel something, observe it and begin to inhale. You're practicing body awareness. We're practicing body awareness, nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're just pausing and being still. You're letting go of everything, being still. Now, to do this a little deeper, like you can target things. If you're having a situation or a difficulty, if there was some past event that was impactful, right? Remember, this is about being able to hold both the goodness and what happened and not lose the goodness, right? Or the good feeling or the good thoughts that you have about the situation or about yourself. So think of a situation, a past event, or a person, and you're just observing them. If you want to inhale, you can, but just observe them for a moment. And now let that go for a moment. Feel it in your body. Where do you feel something in your body? Yeah, you inhale as you observe your body. You're feeling it in the body. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. How did that go? And then pause and be still. Revisit that situation, past event, or person. And again, you're observing that situation, event, or person. Inhale if you'd like, but continue to observe, just like you did in your body, but this is external. Now, come back to your body, observe your body. Where do you feel it in your body? And wherever you feel it, observe and begin to inhale. And then just pause. Just pause. How's that? Let's go through the whole process again. So your awareness is on the front heart, the center of your chest. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the back heart, that area between your shoulder blades. Your awareness is on the back heart, that area between the shoulder blades. Your awareness is on the throat. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your throat. Your awareness is between the eyebrows. your forehead where the hairline is. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the forehead. Your awareness is on the crown. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the crown. Then pause and be still. Body awareness. Where do you feel it in the body? Observe that area and inhale. And then pause and be still. Okay, we're going to go to segment two, which is repetitive imagery loops. You know, those loops that I talked about at the beginning of the day where we get hooked in and we keep re experiencing whatever it is, even though 5 years, 10 years, 20 years has passed, right? And so the blend movement or Embrit, Angelica, Arnica, Cypriol, Rue Balsam, Melissa or Osmanthus. And the kit for purchase again is Angelica. So we're moving out of the repetitive loop. Your awareness is on the brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the spine. Your awareness is on your spine. your brain and spine both at the same time. The brain and soles of your feet. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Then just pause and let go. You're pausing and letting go. Let's try that one again. Your awareness is on your brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the spine. Your brain and spine both at the same time. Your brain and soles of your feet both at the same time. And then pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Just let it incubate for a minute or two. Notice how you feel, your body, your emotions, your thoughts. How do you feel? Pretty neutral. That was what? Yeah. Let's just still have another minute or so to let that acclimate. Okay, let's go ahead and do shares and questions if you'd like. You can unmute yourself or type in. Let's see how you did, how you're doing.
Go ahead, Denise.
Hey, hey.
Good morning.
Hey.
Well, for me, this segment brought up more like some things in the past that I think I need to forgive myself for.
Mm,
But I guess it's at least movement, and it's recognition. I hadn't really realized. And
yeah, yeah.
one I,
If you think about it, like if you're in a repetitive loop, like it's like a like an app running on your phone or your computer. It's doing something. It's consuming a bunch of
energy.
energy and data and storage. Yet you might not know that it's happening, but it's still influencing how your device is functioning. And I would say the same for these old loops or these old repetitive, patterns that are still in play. They're still running. They're consuming the data in our head and influencing, how we think and how we feel, but we might not be aware of them at all. But they're
Yeah,
still a huge influence. And so, the great thing that I like about doing stuff like this is you don't have to figure it out and you don't have to relive it and you don't have to make something happen. You just, it might come to your awareness, but it's not like I got to recall all these things that happened to me and you just kind of close the loop. You shut down the loop and you might have some memories and there might be some old feelings and there might be a little bit of processing out of it, but then it's just done and you don't have to make anything happen. Like it just starts resolving itself. Like you just stick it in motion and then It's like keeping the car between the white lines on the freeway. You just kind of like don't veer too much, don't veer, use your blinker if you're going to get off, like just, you know,
So
and
would it be the first segment and the second segment to really
Mhm.
help with this?
The first segment, what you're doing there is you're helping to reduce the effects of trauma and fear and instability and all those effects on your upper centers, like your ability to kind of break out of the pattern and your ability to really know who you are rather than just what happened to you. And so as that starts to happen, you start kind of going like, okay, this is relaxing. Hey, wait a minute, this happened, that happened. And then, you still, even if you just let that first process happen, it would eventually like clear those things out. But then that second segment, you're starting to break the lower centers out of that survival loop or that trauma loop or that fear loop or that instability loop, whatever it might be. And so you start closing down that app that's running on your phone. You're like, I don't even use this app. I don't even know why I put it on my phone. Click, delete. That's basically what you're doing. And at first you might have some feelings, but like I think the key there is not to really assign a value to it and not try to fix it or go, well, this is what happened or that's what happened. Because it's really about just like, processing it. It's not like a thing you have to do or a light switch that you have to flick. It's just you kind of aim and let your neurology do what it does. And then you aim and so, like, even though you go, okay, I feel pretty good right now. And then you go out into the world and something triggers that old app again. It's on my phone again. How did it get on my phone? And it's just like you aim and go, yeah, I'm deleting this app out of my system, right? And so you just aim, and then you know how like we feel it in the body, you process it, and then and it's a way of just unwinding both the event itself, but then also the effects. Because sometimes we get to the event and we're like, I feel pretty good. And then you got to go deal with all the effects of that event, right? You have to
Yes.
deal with what that app did. Like, it opened up its own bank account and has been doing these weird things, whatever. You go, okay, I gotta close that bank account. I gotta close down this. It's dumping files into some area in my phone or whatever. And so you just start unwinding some of the effects of these things. And you just kind of keep aiming and processing.
Thank you. I think a lot of it's, is so ingrained, it's habit, and
Sure,
so,
of course. Yeah.
and we're starting a new way. And like you said at the beginning
Right.
of the class, let's just assume it's going to take me three different times
Yeah.
to start, but I love the aim process.
Yeah.
And I
Just
think,
aim you know, and even sometimes like the aiming is just like whenever we have a situation or we have a difficulty or we have that person that's in our face, you just kind of, okay, I'm gonna aim, I'm going to observe it, and then I'm going to feel it in my body. And as soon as you do that, you are breaking out of an old pattern, regardless, even if you don't use oils. The oils make it faster and gentler, but even if you didn't have the oils, it would still break you out of that loop or that pattern.
excellent. Thank you so much,
You're so
Greg.
welcome. And I think you said like, you didn't even realize like how it was affecting like how you see yourself or how you feel about yourself. I mean, that's the thing with self-esteem and self-image is, you know, I don't know that we sit around and go, well, I feel this way about myself and I think this way. It's more a reflection of these situations and then, when we're quiet, sometimes we're like, ugh, I don't feel safe, or I don't, whatever. Whatever it is, it's more in those times where you're not really focused on yourself, but like you're either interacting out there, or times where you're just like kind of like, okay, it's time to go to bed, and this is going on, and and I don't feel that good about myself, or I don't feel very good about life, or whatever. Um, we all have our areas in that and things that get triggered, but it's more like that than it is like I'm amazing. You know what I mean? It's not like we walk around thinking about how we see ourselves or how we feel about ourselves. It's more like you see it in the things that you do, and like how you feel like in your downtime, and when you don't have stimuli, and yeah, it's more like that.
Well, for me, it was a little bit of, trusting myself. I realized I
Yeah,
was, yeah,
sure.
that's kind of what
Yeah.
it was triggering was like,
Yeah. I mean, that's a very good point. Like
yeah,
trusting yourself, or, you know, I can remember going through a phase where I just felt I could do no right. It was rough, but it
yeah,
was, I mean, now I can go back and look at it and see it for what it was. But when you're in it, you're
yeah.
just in it. Like you are just so in it. But I had surrounded myself with people that were not very good. They were not very nice to me.
Yeah.
And then um, I had like a series of just not so good things happen.
Yeah.
Some bad things happen kind of consistently, and that combination. And back then I used to say, I'm just a broken toy. I'm just
Oh,
like, I'm, you know, I don't know if I came out of the factory that way or I got broken, however, but I'm just a broken toy, you know, and, one of the ways that we break out of that is to start having positive experiences. The more that you start to have some positive experiences, the more that you start to go, I might be a broken toy, but I got a new wheel, and I'm functioning better, and whatever it is. And so
smaller pieces and
yeah,
looking
yeah,
for the good in it,
yeah.
kind of build on that again
Mhm.
to rebuild it almost. Thank, well, it's certainly, I mean, this is just going to be a really good process for me. I can tell. Thank
Good,
you.
good, good. You're so
And go ahead, Teresa.
hey, hey.
Okay, that was powerful.
Oh, good.
Um, Deep, deep pain in the
Oh,
first process.
yeah.
And then the second one, like it came up what I was holding on to.
Mhm.
And is a lot of self-punishment and unforgiveness.
Sure. Oh, yeah.
Um,
I think I saw you at the membership, the club.
oh, I'm like, where do I
I
see
thought I
this?
saw you over there in the
And yeah, yeah. Weren't we in the Platinum Lounge?
right. I think we were the VIP.
Yeah, exactly. Um, and then my mind wanted to go to, well, how it all occurred, right? Like trying to make
Sure.
sense of it.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
maybe like, I don't want to say this like abdicating myself, like, okay, you know, I did I did this, there was a consequence to it, but it came from this. And I'm like, it doesn't even matter anymore. It's like over. I don't care where it came
Yeah,
from.
that's a great place to be. Like,
Like
yeah, I would agree.
because that loop energetically is like the
Yeah,
blame loop. Okay, well, this happened to me because of that and this and that. And like I
right.
just the pain's gotta go. I'm a different person now.
Yeah.
And I just need to have compassion for that.
Yes,
As
exactly.
I'm saying the place where the pain was holding, you had told me it was spasm in like the left hip joint, but like it. it was so intense. And so I'm really excited about this weekend because it's just
Yeah.
life. Um, life.
Yeah.
And
Happens to everybody. It happened like, I always think like whenever I'm struggling with something, I always like, because like a lot of times when we feel like something bad happens, it's natural for us to go like, what did I do? Or what's wrong with me? But then I look at the Dalai Lama, got kicked out of his country and like all these things that happened. And I was like, he's a pretty good person and still yet he has these
yeah,
difficulties and all these things. And going back to what you were saying about like the blame game or trying to figure out what happened is like whenever I catch myself doing that, at some point I realize I'm still traumatized. Like I'm still like trying to find my way out of it. Like,
yep.
how do I get out of here? It's this, it's that. Do I go left? Do I go right? Do I sit down or do I stand up? Do I walk or do I
Hmm.
run or like,
Hmm.
it's really just a byproduct of uh, you're traumatized, and the thing that is confusing is the situation's not in front of you. It was in the past. So
Sure.
even when you're trying to make sense out of it, yeah, you can go back to memories, but your body is like, uh, there's just a couch. There's nobody on it. There's nobody in the room. There's
Yeah.
what's going on, which makes it worse.
Yeah.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like in a way, it's like if they were standing in front of you or you were still in the situation, I can interact with it. Maybe I can make it better. But when it's like so far away, it's like you can feel the trauma, it's happening, because it's in the loop, but it's so far away that you also, at least for me, it also makes me feel like a little helpless. Like there's nothing I can do about it. It was 30 years ago, or it was 20 years ago, or,
Yeah.
whatever it might be. And then when you go, oh, okay, I'm going to sit with it. I'm going to bring it to the heart. I'm going to like, because really when you're bringing it to the heart, you're perceiving that it's not now. And then you're
Mm.
perceiving, oh, that happened a long time ago. And then you're perceiving like, oh, they were being a jerk or they were being this or they were, and like in those perceptions, you start releasing
Yeah. It
it.
was interesting when you were talking, you know, kind of what came up for me. The situation that came up is around blame, but as a kid, I was the person who got blamed for everything.
Sure.
Um, if it was raining out, it was my fault. And I love how you mentioned with the Dalai Lama, because I'm like, oh, he didn't do anything wrong and he had to leave. Like,
Mm.
so, but I
He was
think
just being himself.
just being himself,
Yeah.
kind of what it has felt like for me, but entwined in that of trying to adapt and fitting in, there was more trauma around it. So I think that's why it's been so
Yeah.
sticky.
Yeah, of course.
Um, and yeah, that other energy just kind of keeps it stuck. So thank you. I think I'm just still going through the
Right.
process. I
Yeah.
used angel heart in the first one, and I'm like, I don't think anything's happening.
Yeah.
I did have like 3 naps. So
Right.
clearly something was happening.
Right.
But thank you so much, Greg.
Yeah, you're so.
Someone shared, this is my first time using angelica root as an essential oil. I'm really loving it.
Yeah, it's an Angelica. Nice. Angelica is very good for vagal tone, but also for vagal anchoring, which really helps the restorative processes. It impacts the prefrontal cortex, which is impulse control and decision making, things like that.
Someone shared, I observed my mind resisting a lot to the practice body awareness. Can you explain why?
Probably something painful, whatever you were feeling like, what you're doing is you're shifting out of like survival mode or a stress state into vagal tone, which is rest and repair. And so sometimes the resistance is like waiting for the other shoe to drop or waiting. If I put my guard down, then something bad's going to happen, where we get stuck in that survival mode. I mean, the survival mode is like what we call fight flight, and it reinforces itself. So that's why you don't even try to do anything. You just sit and observe. And in the stillness, eventually it just like, "Ugh," right? And so, there's probably some like little thing in the head, like if I put my guard down, something bad's gonna happen. The other shoe's gonna drop, or I need to stay vigilant, and so, even that, just observe that. Like, oh, look, I'm having a hard time um, feeling something in my body. And so, yeah. And sometimes at first, there might be like hurt or anger or fear. And so even feeling the body might not feel the greatest, like in the first few moments. But then it gets processed. If it doesn't get processed, it just lingers there, impacts you, even if you're not aware of it. And so you're putting your awareness on it. And in doing so, it's like it gobbles it up and then, you know, gets rid of it. And so sometimes it's just a little uncomfortable at first, but usually passes within a minute or two.
They said it feels like threat to safety.
Right. So that would be like if I put my guard down, something bad's going to happen. Yeah. Yeah. That's just you're really in like a fight flight mode, even though in front of you it seems fine. There's part of the nervous system. Most people are walking around like that. Yeah, most people. Yeah.
Thank you. Someone shared the brain bottom half feels explodey. Top half is a little achy and eyes feels more part of the brain proper and a little compressed or something.
Yeah, just keep your awareness on the brain and let it do what it's going to do. Even the brain unwinds a little bit. Yeah.
It's just swirling everywhere in a good way, I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah. Okay, so how about we'll take a break, and when we come back, we'll do something different, but we're going to take a break right now. We'll come back at 1:50. So we'll come back in an hour and a half, and yeah, we'll do some more. We'll do something different, but we'll do some more. Hey, everybody. Let's come on back. The way that I laid the class out is we have plenty of time to do this at our own pace and talk about it and experiment and revisit. And so again, I want to just revisit a little bit the segment 2, which is the repetitive imagery loop. So again, a lot of times with trauma is that trauma, times of instability, times where you didn't feel safe, where things don't feel secure. Um, we have the story in our mind, but then there's the story in the body or the effect in the body. And even though we work through it in our mind, our body still thinks that situation is happening. It doesn't have the depth perception and it doesn't have the cognitive potential to go through and go, oh, that person was being a jerk, or we stopped off at a weird place and it felt super unstable, felt like something bad was going to happen. It just knows like something bad happened, and you know, for whatever reason, it still feels like it's happening. And this is because of how our neurology works, or our nervous system. A good example of this is, say you get into a car accident. Your body still feels like that car accident is happening or is about to happen again, even years later, right? Because the trauma was so impactful that your nervous system went into a neural loop and you're not breaking out of it. So you start doing things to feel better, but your body is still degenerating because it is in a super dysregulated fight flight response. It's still trying to deal with the accident that happened, even though 20 years has gone by or 2 weeks has gone by. It doesn't matter the length of time. So again, there's the event or the perception of an event. Then we have a neurological response. We go into defense mode, we go into protective mode, we try to stabilize, establish order, whatever it might be, we go into that defense mode, right? Then if everything progresses like it should, then the body goes, okay, we have resolved this. Let's now discharge or dismiss the defensive mechanisms, the protective mechanisms. We've stabilized everything. We're good, right? And then from there, your body goes into a restorative phase where now it goes, okay, nervous system, go back to the way it used to be. Go back to the way that we normally are and we're normally functioning before this event, right? So what happens when we get stuck in a repetitive loop is that we have the event, be it trauma, upset, you're just in a super chaotic place, whatever it is. You either have an event or perception that something happened. We go into defense mode, and then the body gets stuck there. The nervous system gets stuck in that place and never goes, okay, this situation's been resolved. We can move on. Stop being defensive, stop being protective, stop trying to establish order, stop trying to micromanage everything, stop waiting for the other shoe to drop, stop waiting for that whole thing that if I put my guard down, then something bad's going to happen. All of that can go away because now we're safe, right? So it doesn't go to that place where it goes to completion and then it never goes to restoration. We stay stuck in that fight flight loop. We stay in that dysregulated loop. Now, what happens when we stay in this dysregulated loop eventually affects how we see the world. It starts to affect how we process and establish value to the things in the world, right? And it starts to affect how we take actions in the world, right? If we think this trauma, this loop is still happening, like an app running on your phone that you have no idea about, it's running in the background. Just because you're not aware of it doesn't mean anything, right? So it affects all of these things in the outside world, but also it affects how we see ourselves, how we feel about ourselves, and also how we value ourselves, right? If it still thinks all these things are happening, the value, for example, is like, well, you can't even establish safety. You can't even make things flow right. You can't even make it so that I feel safe, right? So then you start to have like, oh, I guess I can't do anything right, or I can't make things happen, or nothing good ever happens for me, whatever it might be. So, this idea of dealing with loops, you are probably not aware of them unless you've really struggled with it, or you know that, like, when I think of this situation, I get upset. When I see this person, I get upset. when this situation arises at work where it's the same pattern over and over again, I get upset. You might know it then, but a lot of times it's not necessarily in the front of our mind. It's in the back of our mind. It might even be unconscious, but it's there, just like an app who's running on your phone, eating up data, eating up your battery, and affecting how your phone or your iPad, your computer, it's affecting how it functions, but you might not be aware that it's even running, right? These things are happening in our nervous system because it is the involuntary part of our nervous system. It's not something where we choose it. It's operating in a way to keep the body alive, to keep the body thriving in the normal everyday world. So these things are not necessarily in our conscious awareness, right? We don't choose fight or flight. We respond to a situation that puts us in fight flight, right? It's not like you go, I think I'm going to be scared, or I think I'm going to be angry, and I'm going to fight or run in this situation. We never do that. It's always a reaction, right? So what we're dealing with is a set of reactions. Eventually, it affects how we feel, and eventually, it affects how we think, right? Remember, fight, flight is fight, flight, freeze, and then appease or fawn, right? Which means like you kind of adjust yourself so that you fit in and don't get rejected, and please somebody so that they don't abandon you or reject you, or okay. So just going through and doing the segment 2 will start to complete those loops. Like I think Teresa was having a very good process of like some loops are closing down, right? So just doing it, it will happen. But if you go, "Ugh, every time I go to Costco, this weird thing happens. I get a little upset or I get a little triggered, or every time I go to work, or every time I see this person or somebody who reminds me of this person, you know." So let's take a moment and reflect on something that you feel comfortable with reflecting on. You don't have to get the big monster in your life, but get one of the little situations, the little critters that pop up and make you uncomfortable from time to time. And let's just see how that works, right? So what you're going to do is you're going to observe some situation, some person, some past event where, something happened, something makes you uncomfortable. You might not want to look at the situation. You don't have to relive it, but you just want to connect to it so you can shut it down, right? Remember, you're not going to have to make anything happen. You're not going to have to figure something out, and you're not going to have to do things to resolve something. You just put your awareness on it, close the neural loop, and then walk away. That's all you got to do. Your nervous system is already wired to resolve this, right? So we just want to go into completion. So that's all you have to do is just identify, feel, complete, restore. Okay. So think of some situation, some person, um, you know, the thing that I always think about like this for myself is go after a petty tyrant, some little obnoxious person that's small so you can build your muscles and how to go through and do this, right? So you're just kind of observing it, you're revisiting it, you're connecting to it a little bit. And then from your oils, you can use ambrit, angelica, arnica, cypriol, rue, Peru balsam, melissa, osmanthus, or the blend movement. The kit for purchase was Angelica. So pull out the oil that you're going to use. Your awareness is on your brain. Let go of any imagery, any connection. You're just focused on your brain. Forget the situation, the event, that person, and you're just focused on your brain. Your awareness is on your brain. You're inhaling through your nose, exhaling through your mouth. Now, move your awareness to your spine. Your awareness is on your spine. Yeah. Now you're going to do your brain and spine both at the same time. Brain and spine both at the same time. The brain and soles of your feet. And then pause and be still. Feels good, yeah. Right. So I'm going to give an example. Like sometimes we're thinking about something from way back, but you know, let's just say we had a weird week. And you know, something pretty fresh happened. Samantha's in a pretty good place about it all, but there's still a little bit of something there. And she went through and did it for that situation. So it's super current, right? And she just said, I feel super neutral and I feel like I meditated for like an hour, like just like peace. And, you know, I'd say if this happened 10 years ago, we'd both be upset for weeks at a time. And now we're just like, you know, no control over it. It's just something that happened. And so that's something that happened current, but had that not been processed and still felt very agitating, or, it basically engaged that fight flight mechanism, right? 10 years later, that program's still running in the body. So, like, when things happen in the here and now, even if you got to wait till you get home or you wait till a couple of days goes by, it's like, okay, let's shut down that program. Let's kick that app out of my phone. Like, I don't want that app running in the background 10 years later, just sucking up all my juice and my battery and my data and storage and all of that. And so, again, this could be old events, it could be a new event. Again, I go back to the situation where when somebody has a car accident. You start chasing the symptoms, but what happens is the body still thinks the accident is happening. The body keeps in this degenerative state because it's in this really deep, dysregulated fight flight response. And so, even though you're like, okay, some strained muscles in the neck, the shoulder hurts a little bit, this is going on, I feel a little dizzy, whatever it is, you keep chasing those symptoms, but the body just keeps degenerating. And even though you get it like stabilized, a week later, 2 weeks later, it's getting worse. It's because the body is still in that state of like a car is still hitting us, right? We're still getting smacked in the side of the car and it's still happening or it's going to happen again, whatever it is. Your boss yelled at you really bad. To your body, that feels like it's always happening or it's going to happen at the drop of a hat. You know, a lot of times when we get triggered by something, I once had this patient that, something very traumatic had happened to her when she was young. And the police were called and an ambulance and all these things. So 35 years later, whenever she heard sirens, especially police or an ambulance, she was right back there like when she was 5, and so she'd start like getting really super agitated and her hands would start moving like this. And her body knew or thought that that old situation is still happening. There was still like a piece of her left there, like the neurology still was operating as if she was 5 in that scene, right? So we're just trying to close these things down, right? That's all we're doing. You don't have to relive it. You don't have to figure anything out. You don't need to make something happen. You just have to go click, delete, click, delete. And the click delete is observe it, feel it in the body, go to that expanded state. And then this pattern, even if you're not using an oil, brain, spine, brain soles of the feet will start deleting that neural loop, right? So the more that we go that situation, you're starting to delete that neural loop. If you don't identify something, it just takes the one that's closest to the surface. Delete, 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 delete. So the more you do this, you'll notice after a period of time, things don't trigger you like they used to. You don't get upset. Like even if something's upsetting, you go, I'm upset, but I'm not crazed, right? I'm not in a panic mode. Remember, especially the big markers. The body generates emotion, lower emotion, or what you would call homeostatic emotion, to help you thrive in the environment, right? So when we go into fight flight, from the body's point of view, it's trying to help. So if there's anger, the fight mechanism is being engaged. The body says, let's fight our way out of this, right? Because you're going to fight much better if you're angry or pissed off. You're going to put up a better fight. So the body goes, look, you're going to have to fight, get angry, get upset, right? Then if the body goes, okay, you need to run, you need to get out of here. Well, you're going to run faster if you're afraid or you're frightened or you're in a panic, right? You're going to run way faster. You're going to run way longer, right? So the body goes, you need to get out of here. You need to get out of here as fast as you can. So get those legs moving. So if you're afraid, you're not going to think, you're going to run, right? Now, for freeze, if you're overwhelmed, right? If you're like, I'm confused, I'm overwhelmed, I don't know what to do. In freeze mode, it's like, don't take an action because your action might cause you harm. So just freeze and make sure that everything's okay before you take any action. So then you get like overwhelmed, you get confused. I don't know what to do. I don't know what I should do. That's still part of the fight flight mechanism, right? Right. If there is an issue where you go, okay, I need to not get rejected here. If I get rejected at work, I'm not going to fit in. I'm not going to fit in socially. Um, your biology says if you don't fit into the group, if you don't fit into the herd, it's much harder to survive, right? So if you feel abandoned, if you feel rejected, you're more likely going to adjust yourself to fit into the herd, even though it might go against your values or your morals or even your safety or, you know, people are ridiculing you or whatever it is. You're like, I'm going to adjust so that I can stay in the herd and, nothing's going to get me as long as I'm in the herd, right? It's that idea of safety being part of the group, right? So when you get triggered, these emotions arise. It's not because you choose it. It's not because this is your feelings and your feelings are just something you feel down deep. It's your body is triggering a response going, hey, move your legs. Hey, put up your fist. Hey, freeze, don't move, don't take a step, just be still, right? Whatever it may be. So the more you do it, the more those kinds of things start to go away, right? Part of body listening is you're going, okay, I understand you're angry, but it's not that situation anymore. You feel it in your body go, oh, I feel so afraid, I feel panicked. I don't have to run. There's no danger here. I'm not being chased by a cheetah at the bus stop. Like I'm home, I'm in my pajamas, I'm okay, right? It starts to kind of process, and there starts to be a greater connection between the mind and the body, right? So again, let's think of a situation. It might be something that you go, yeah, I don't even know that I have an issue here. Well, do this process and see if it brings you relief. If you go, ah, there was something there. You're not always going to be aware that there is an issue there. If there's stress, if there's agitation, if there's micromanaging, if there's an emotion, something's there, but it's not always cognitive. It's not in your mind. It's actually in your body, right? So again, you could do the same situation, or you could choose a new situation. And again, just observing it helps bring it to the surface so that your neurology goes, oh yeah, I remember that situation. And then you can reset your nervous system right then and there. Right? It's like planning a vacation. You start to get happy when you plan your vacation because you're kind of re-experiencing it a little bit, right? Okay, so you're letting everything go. You're inhaling, your awareness is on the brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're not having to think about anything anymore. You're just paying attention to your brain. Your awareness is on your spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, your brain and spine both at the same time. Okay, brain and soles of your feet, both at the same time. And pause and be still. How's that feeling? Okay, we could spend all day on this, or at least I could. Like I could spend all day on this. So a lot of times with this idea of a neural loop, a trauma loop, a fear loop, getting triggered, whatever version of that. A lot of times we're aware of it, but there's times where we're not aware of it. We are being one way and we get triggered and we go into some way of behaving or trying to micromanage or avoidance because we're afraid of something or upset by something that happened in the past. It's easier to see it when it's like something that was a little upsetting, right? But if we set aside the idea of like trauma and fear and I didn't feel safe and it was super unstable, and we just go, let's scoop all that up, let's put it on the shelf for a little bit, right? So this idea of how the app runs in the background and starts to affect your data and your storage and your battery life and all of those things. Being in these states sometimes affects things that we weren't necessarily triggered, but we're waiting for the other shoe to drop, or we're staying vigilant in areas that might be actually going well, right? But it's like, I'm afraid to take a chance, or I'm afraid. Here's a good one. I'm afraid to be successful. I'm afraid to achieve my goal because, people might do something. It might be taken away from me. It might blow up in my face, or I might fail, or whatever it is. And so sometimes in areas that are good, or we think they're going well, you know, we kind of think of maybe we actually don't think. We just are reacting, but sometimes we inhibit those areas, or we don't engage them fully, or we don't let them evolve and keep growing because that app is still playing in the background, right? And so even though we go, okay, trauma, ew, and we stick it on the shelf and we go, ah, that's over. But is it? The big piece might be gone, but it's like there's all this cleanup in areas that really don't correspond except for us and the contamination that we brought from being really afraid or really traumatized to these other areas. And usually other people don't even notice, but we're not being our full selves. We're not performing or doing something to our full potential because we've had these other experiences, right? And so, I go back to this embarrassing conversation that I had with a friend many years ago. I've told it a bunch of times, but this is literally, it's not a metaphor. It is literally what we're talking about. And so, this is many years ago, but I had a friend who was a car broker. If you've heard the story a bunch of times, I apologize, but still, I think it drives it home. And so I had always, gotten whatever car was available with whatever money I had. And so I never picked anything that I wanted, right? And so I decided that I was still buying a cheap used car, don't get me wrong, but I was like, I want this kind of cheap used car. I'd got it in my mind. And, I knew it was going to be old and whatever, but it was like, it'll be an upgrade from what I had. And so I told my friend what I wanted, and I go, can we find this? I'm willing to wait like a couple of weeks or months or whatever, but this is kind of what I want. I want to be able to choose my own car. And so he came back to me and he said, yeah, I took this car in trade. It's a much nicer car than what you wanted. I'm going to give it to you at my cost, which is the same price that you asked, are wanting to spend. And I'm even going to carry the note so you can pay me, a little bit every month, and, in a year it could be paid for. And it was a much nicer car. And I was like, no. And he goes, no, I'm giving it to you at the same price. And I was like, no. And he goes, you realize it's a much nicer car? I was like, oh yeah, it's a much nicer car. And he goes, well, I'm going to give it to you at the same price. I was like, no. God, just telling the story, it's embarrassing. But we went back and forth a bunch of times. And finally, he just like wrinkled his face and he goes, what's the deal? Like, what's the problem? This is an upgrade. It's not costing you any more. I don't see what the problem is. And when he said that, I was like, uh, I don't really have an answer. But for me, it was too nice. Something bad was going to happen. Somebody was going to take it away. Something was going to make it like not happen, or I was going to have it and lose it, whatever it is. Right. And so, basically he goes, I'm going to give you this. And I was like, no, I want this. And he's like, I'm going to give you this. No, I want that because it was safe. Right. And so, he held my hand and talked me into it, and I did it. And it blew my mind. Like I didn't know that something like that was possible. Right. I didn't know that it was possible. And then once it happened, I was like, oh, yeah, things can work out. Okay, interesting. And so that really opened me up to other possibilities, other potentials. Right. And so it started to bleed over into other scenarios, other situations. And so the thing that I propose right now is we go to areas that might be going well, or at least normal, right? You don't think that there's an issue there, whatever, but it doesn't mean it couldn't be better. Doesn't mean that it can't evolve into something better. And it breaks us out of just a loop of behaving that we might have dragged in from others, some other situation. As I go back to this car broker guy, he was always very good to me. Like it was never a weird thing. It was never, I mean, he was kind of going out of his way for me. He was a friend. But I don't know. I had a lot of baggage. And so, ugh, what do you do? Right. So the more that we unwind these things in areas that are good, when we have good experiences, it's one of the best ways to undo trauma. It's one of the best ways to undo our negative past experiences. It's one of the best ways to go, hey, I can be okay. I deserve this. It's okay for things to go well for me. It's okay for, fill in the blank, right? It doesn't always have to be about wrestling the monster, the old trauma, the old everything. Sometimes it's just like, okay, stuff happened. Let's get on track, start having good things happen. And then I can look back and go, yeah, all that stuff back there, it used to suck, but I'm not there anymore. Right. So it's a really great way to work through things is just to put them in the rear view mirror. And it doesn't mean check out and don't acknowledge them. It just means you don't have to keep wrestling with it to try to resolve it. Sometimes you just go, okay, sometimes you eat the bear, sometimes the bear eats you. Like shake it off, move on, right? Just shake it off and move on. So pick something that's neutral or actually on the positive side. And let's just see how this feels. Something that you feel like, yeah, it's going good, or it's going well, or, you know, it's been going well for a while, you know. So observe it, check in with it. Let it go. And now observe, or excuse me, your awareness is on your brain. Inhale with your awareness on the brain. Mm, yeah, big time. Oh, be good to do it the card. Okay, move your awareness to the brain. Oh, excuse me, the spine. Your other brain. That long, thin brain. Your awareness is on the spine. Your awareness is on your brain and spine, both at the same time. Your awareness is on the spine and soles of your feet. And then pause and be still. Just be still. Now, let's think of either that same situation or another situation from neutral to like a positive situation. So, not something bad, something that's either neutral or positive. Just reflect on it. Let it go. Your awareness is on your brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your brain. Your awareness is on your spine. Your awareness is on your brain and spine, both at the same time. And then the brain and soles of your feet. The brain and the soles of your feet. And just pause and be still. Just let it go. So let's take a break and we'll come back and we'll talk about it a little bit more and talk about like doing it for positive situations and we'll kind of go from there. And then we'll slip into segment 3. So I'll see you at 25 after the hour. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. And let's do shares and questions. You can unmute yourself, type in. Before we move on, let's go ahead and hear what you got to say, what to say, and
How to treat you, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Laura.
Hey, Laura.
Hey, Greg. Um, this has been very strong and powerful. It's
Oh,
been
good.
interesting. When we first came back from lunch, you had
Mhm.
us choose something that was smaller to be
Right,
working on.
right.
And I got to the spine thinking I was concentrating on my spine, and it went into something much bigger. And now I can see that those two things are interrelated.
Yeah,
Uh, uh,
that happens a lot, actually.
And so I've got a couple of questions about that because I know that I need to kind of focus on this week and sit down and do some work on it. Um, are one and two much stronger together? Can you do either of them in isolation?
You can do them both in isolation.
Okay, is it
They kind of play off each other, but you don't necessarily need to do them together. The thing with the first one is it really helps you to not be so polarized with whatever is going on. Like, it's a thing with like lower emotions, but it's also a thing with the everyday mind where it's everything's polarized. It's either good for me or it's bad for me. I like it, I don't like it. This person's bad, so that means there's nothing good. It's like, it's basically it's kind of like stress thinking, right? We all do it. It's a significant amount of our thinking is like survival oriented, right? And so it helps you to be a little bit more like the direction or the perception is coming more from the heart than from the head. And it doesn't mean the head doesn't do its thing, because that part of the mind, that's what it does. It's not like it shouldn't be doing it. It should be doing that because it's like, you know, don't do things that are going to harm you and do things that are going to help you thrive. And, it should be doing that. The problem is that it shouldn't be calling the shots the way that, we kind of let it do, right? And so the heart being more of your first perception, right? And in your first perception, it's like, okay, from this first perception, then it allocates what part of the brain it goes to, what part of the mind it goes to, and then we handle it in a way that's appropriate, right? So you're not really making that part of the mind different. You're just going, we're gonna take you out of being a CEO and now you're just gonna be operations manager or something like that, right? And so the thing is like you can have somebody or some situation that might be 90% good, but they have this one little hiccup, and it's like, is that a deal breaker or not a deal breaker? But when we get upset or polarized, it's like not really a deal breaker on paper, but we get so upset or so polarized, you're like, ugh, I'm going to listen to nothing that person says. I don't want to interact with them. It's just you get around them and go, don't talk about politics or don't talk about sports or you don't talk about, something in the family or, whatever. And then for the most part, they're good. And
no?
so that's what the first segment helps bring to the table is you can kind of hold both, because like even within us there's things that we want to do, like I really want to do this, but there's also a part of me that doesn't want to do it, and they're both there. It's not really so much an either or, it's like both are present. Which one am I going to act on? And is it a deal breaker? Should I try it? Should I not? Because both feelings are in me, right? And so then the second one is about, just breaking out of those stress loops or those trauma loops or those just any sort of neural loop. And so even with that, we think of it as like addressing those old trauma things or something super stresses me out or things that get me in a place where I get triggered and, things arise. But it also can be like, hey, I'm doing this well, and I don't want to just start calling it in. I want to keep improving. I want to keep getting better. Want to keep doing as best I can. And so even within that, there might be feelings of like, oh, I don't want to fail, or I don't want to step out of the box, or I don't want to do something where maybe people judge me, or like being creative, or like you do your jewelry and things. It's like I'm going to step out of the box, and it's like, well, but I still want people to like it. But there's part of you that like, "Ugh, but I really want to step out of the box." So it kind of like frees you up to still take chances. You still might refine yourself a little bit, like, well, I'm gonna take some chances, but I'm not gonna spend $20,000 and buying all the metal to make it and then have it not go well. I might do a few pieces, but I'm gonna really step out of the box. It just allows you to keep like taking chances or being different or breaking out of that repetition so that you keep improving and refining yourself and not just get stuck on doing the same thing over and over again. So I like it also for like positive things or things that we just, we don't really think about because we've been doing them for a while or we do them well. We still can get stuck in repetition, and, eventually that repetition turns into degeneration.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so with that, a question I always ask, are there oils that you can use internally? Are there oils that are
For the
great
second one,
for either of them if we're doing this process and over like a week or 2 weeks time? Um, is there something or salt baths or and
yeah,
are there other things that are going to enhance it? And I always forget how to pronounce it, but I've got all these the the drops, the SP
the Spadric.
Spadric.
Yeah. So the Spadric Lotus, Blue Lotus, would work really well for the first segment. Angelica would as well. Both of those are very good for that piece that you could support it. So it could be an essential oil or it could be the Spadric tincture. Both of those would be good. As far as a salt bath for Angel Heart, even though it's not on the list, the salt bath that would be good would be frankincense, like a kind of frankincense, like frankincense or frankincense by Tao, could be very helpful. And the reason being that frankincense is very good for um, cleaning up like mental activity, especially like the repetitiveness of the mind. And so frankincense baths could be good. It didn't work so great like when I was using it for inhalations for the angel heart, but the bath, it does something to the neurology topically like that it could be helpful. Then the repetitive loop, Angelica again, Melissa is always helpful. It's a lot of times if you've done any work with taking Melissa internally, it's like how you almost instantaneously go, oh God, I feel better. I didn't realize I felt bad. It's part of it is it's helping to complete neural loops. And so that could be helpful. And Brett can be helpful internally, but there is a tincture of it. I think it's on the site. Is it on the site or?
A tincture of ambrette?
Mhm.
Mm.
If not, we can get it on the site. But I have it because I use it. So I know we have it.
Okay.
And so um the essential oil you can take internally. It's a little pricey. So the oil, the tincture is not, but the oil is, and so even more pricey than Melissa. So I would say Melissa is probably a better bang for your buck for the loop work.
So, are there any of the body tonics that I would have or other things that,
Melissa, like if you had Melissa body tonic, yeah,
okay.
yeah. Arnica would be another one as well. Not quite as expensive. You wouldn't take that internally though. Arnica is not good to take internal. So, but topically in an ointment or an oil, body tonic, a lotion, all of that would be good.
And we did have an Arnica complex ointment in
Yeah,
one
that
of
would
the
still work.
closets.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, the complex would still work. Yeah.
So is there I mean, maybe I'm mixing things that don't, is there an angel that kind of goes with this?
Angels by their nature would help with this. Like angels by their nature help us with closing out the neural loops. Yeah, so like kind of anything goes there. Yeah.
Thank you.
Angel work is incredibly good for anything neurological. Anything. Yeah.
Thanks very much. That was
You're,
great.
you're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, how'd you do?
It was powerful. Um, and probably because I'm closing a lot out, but I really struggled to find something positive or neutral. And I don't know if it was just in contrast of the other stuff that was leaving today.
Yeah, like especially when it's like more intense negative things from the past,
Yeah.
sometimes just a little bit of distance will do it. You know what I mean? There's part of like our neurology that like if you think about it, when something was really traumatic,
Hmm.
that you don't just like go, okay, I'm done with that, and then check out and go, the world's amazing. It's like there's still that safety that's built into that, like, okay, back out of the situation, make sure
Hmm.
there's not a cheetah chasing you, like, like
Hmm.
just walk it out, and then you go out into the world, and then all of a sudden you have a few normal experiences and it floats away. So even like here, you're going through and you're doing some processing, and at the end of the day, you're like, whoa, that was a little rough. Like just get up and do some like normal routine, and you'll
Okay.
notice that it's like your nervous system will just reset, and then
Okay.
you're kind of in a different place.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I just thought, okay, am I doing this wrong? I just
No, you're not doing it wrong at all.
the but when you said, hey, focus on a positive thing, it just brought up negative stuff. So,
Sure. Sure.
okay.
But actually that's kind of the idea. Like so not necessarily that we want to bring up negative stuff, but we want to look at negative things and how our past weird experiences, our past traumas,
Yep.
our past whatever, how has that contaminated the things that we do? Because in our mind, we see them very separate. But then when we interact with them, everything's still got a little bit of a stink on it. You
Got
know
it.
what I mean? And it's like, let's remove the stink. Like let's get that off because for one, it's supposed to be contained over there and it's not. And as we unwind it, let's not let it linger on these other areas
Okay.
and still kind of always remind us of, whatever it was.
Got it. All right. That's perfect. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Someone shared their vision became clearer and the room brighter when I opened eyes
Oh,
at
good.
the end of the
Yeah,
practice.
good, good.
This was right before we started that process. There is a situation I'd be thrilled to close the loop on and hadn't thought of it. Thank you, Greg, for
Oh, good.
this.
Yeah, good, good. Okay. So now as we go through and we've done segment one, we've done segment two with the repetitive imagery loops. I just called them imagery loops because they are impacting how we see ourselves, right? And so now we're going to do a thing that is helping to stabilize the self, and it helps to stabilize things so that we don't we don't go to such a reactionary place where like something bad happens or something like you're having these experiences that maybe you're unwinding or you have a bad experience like at work or whatever, and then boom, it makes you feel bad about yourself. Not because you did something wrong or whatever, but it's just like, so many things get piled on that then you start kind of going to a place that you don't feel good about who you are. Because again, we're all trying to grow and evolve, and that implies time, process, and mistakes. And mistakes are part of life. And when we're in a dysregulated state, when we're in a state where we're not really processing the emotions because we're in fight flight, like a low grade fight flight, we're in these loops, it accumulates, and eventually what starts to happen is we start to feel bad about ourselves, we start to not value ourselves, we start to not value the things that we can do or the input that we have. We just start going to a darker and darker place. And so this is to help stabilize that, right? And so here you have sage, frankincense, lavender, cistus, poplar balsam, acacia, or carnation. The blend is violet healer. And if I remember right, that was the kit for purchase is violet healer. So basically, these are for helping to reduce stress, and you're raising the vibration of the body. And raising the vibration of the body is a different way of saying you're increasing vagal tone or you're increasing vagal tone potential, which means you're also diminishing dysregulation. Like anytime you're raising the vibration of the body from an energetic point of view, you are calming down fight flight. You're calming down freeze and appease, or freeze and fawn. You're calming down the dysregulated state. So there starts to be a greater potential for rest, repair, transmutation, releasing, whatever that might be, processing. Okay, so you have one of your oils. And you're going to begin inhaling with your awareness on the soles of your feet. Now, move your awareness to the sex chakra, where the sex organs are. Now, move your awareness to the back solar plexus, that mid back area below your shoulder blades, the back solar plexus. Your awareness is on the forehead. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the forehead. How you doing? And then the back head. Your awareness is on the back head. And then pause. How'd that treat Okay, let's do another round of it. Your awareness is on your feet. Soles of your feet. Move your awareness from the sex chakra to the back solar plexus, that mid back area. The forehead. And your back head. Your awareness is on your back head. Your awareness is on the back end. And then just pause and be still. Just let it incubate. One of the areas that I like to do a little extra work on is that last little piece, the back head. So, how about we do that? Your awareness is on your back head, and you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. I got you feeling. And then just pause. Just let that incubate for a moment. Just let it incubate. How was that? So let's do some shares and questions. You can unmute yourself or type in. I think Samantha got knocked out, kind of. Yeah. A little bit of a nappy nap.
Yeah. When
She's put on her inner pajamas and is calling it a day.
found myself in my little snuggle area. Yeah, that was great. Felt like it gave like a reset.
Yeah. So you're resetting your nervous system, but you're also, you're kind of resetting like the areas in your body that potentially have agitation, like you're resetting that. And that agitation leads to how we see ourselves, how we feel about ourselves, and our value. And so, like, how we go into a healing mode for our body, going into a deep healing mode for how we perceive the self and the self, still a lot of that is neurological. And so we did a little bit of a reset right there. And we still might do some more. So, but let's go ahead and share.
Yeah, go ahead, Laura.
Hey, Laura.
Hey, Greg. I was looking at I've got the kit and was using the Violet Healer, but I was looking at the oils. Are some of
Mhm.
those a choice oils over others? And the second part of the question is, would you rotate some of these oils to get to different places?
Yeah, so I do like that. I like to rotate things. It's just like how we're talking about like getting into a loop and just doing the same thing over and over again. I kind of like mixing it up a little bit just so, they all are taking us in that direction, but they all have their little personality is how we, get there. And anything listed there is pretty good choice. The single oils or the blend. Um, Frankincense is very good for clearing things out of the mind. Like it's really good for that. Um, Sage. I, I can't say enough good things about sage. Be it Spanish sage or just regular sage. Um, it's considered a cure-all, but it really helps to re-educate or regenerate the nerves. And like, there's different kinds of regeneration. Like when you just talk about regeneration in the body, a lot of times that means increasing blood flow to an area. It gets nutrients, it gets blood, it gets oxygen. That area like heals at a much faster rate. But when it comes to the nerves, it's more about it re-educates the nerves to go back to like a better way of functioning versus the path that's ended up happening because of trauma or injury or whatever that might be. And so it's a way of saying like restoration, right? It restores that particular part of the body. And like in Buddhism, there's these kind of different states of mind. And some of them are associated with anxiety, and some of them are associated with confusion. And so me being me, I have gone through and I don't go in with a preconceived idea. I was like, okay, let's measure what's going to produce a result for that particular state of mind. And almost every blend, there's things that are not in classes, right? But every blend like might have 6 oils, and a lot of times 4 or 5 of them, or at least 3, is different kinds of sages. Like it's like sage, 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 and then a little frankincense, and then a little of this and a little of that. And part of it is because even these states of mind are um, more neurological than anything, and so if you kind of shift the neurology, then the mind works different and functions different. And sage is really good for helping to break out of like a pain pattern or an anxiety pattern, or I just had a patient that has like a really severe like back issue. And like there's not really any sensation in the feet. And so we like not just the feet, the legs, they don't really have sensation in the legs. And so I had them using sage just on the wrist, and like I think they used it every day for 2 weeks, and their whole life they couldn't feel things in their feet, their legs. And just in 2 weeks, when somebody pushes on their feet or just rubs the skin on the feet, they can totally feel it. And even that is it's regenerating how the nerves are functioning down the legs, and the nerves are going more to the way they're supposed to work versus the traumatized version of it. And you know, I was hoping that it would do some, but in 2 weeks I was blown away at how well Sage worked. I was like, I've been working with this person for a while, and so we were just at the stage where it's like, let's try something different. And Sage is amazing, you know, and that violet healer has all of those oils in it. Poplar is another one where God, it does so many things, and it also cleans up like thought forms and thought energy and how the mind and the body might be at odds with each other. It's incredibly good for that. And so the violet healer has them all in there, but sometimes it's nice to grab one by the hand and go, let's go down the road and see what we can do. Like, let's just work it for a little bit. And so, I have this ongoing joke about my travel kit. When we get ready to go, like I've got my travel kit for all the things that I need, anything that could come up. And then when I get there, I go, oh, like I got marjoram, it's in my kit. I don't have marjoram. I have all these weird, like, I have like four different angels, and I have these weird mystical blends, and I was looking at my travel kit. I had four different kinds of frankincense in it. Like, and usually making the kit late at night, and like, oh, this is going to be important and this is going to be important. And had four different kinds of frankincense. I had three different kinds of sages. And I'm just like, that's a little weird, but it's just because, I'll be using something and I'll go, God, this is amazing. I need to have this with me at all times. It goes in the travel kit. And then, a week later, I'm using something different. This is amazing. It's got to go in the travel kit. And so, I don't know. It's good to rotate them around a bit.
Any of these you suggest internally?
Frankincense would be good internal. Cistus would be good internal. Um, Probably those two. Yeah. For me, I do for the frankincense for that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
Someone shared doing the back head again in the end felt very blissed out, like almost stopped breathing still. And
It's very calming to the body. Like, it's very calming to the body, and even like future interactions with things that are potentially agitating to you, if you keep working that back head, when you come up against those things that are agitating, you're like, it's all good. You'll still be able to take action, but you'll just be like significantly less stressed out and significantly less agitated. Yeah.
someone shared felt like I was surrounded by brilliant white light.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Could one of the sages heal nerves damaged by shingles?
Potentially. Um, by shingles, yeah, potentially. I would use probably Spanish sage. Like if you don't have that, like maybe just the regular sage. Spanish sage, the reason why I go Spanish sage is you can do a lot bigger dosages with Spanish sage. And Spanish sage is also a little bit better, like neuroprotective qualities to it. And so, but any of the sages would probably work.
Someone shared, I've been in and out during this process, very drowsy. My left ear goes in and out of aching. Any suggestions of how to tend to it? Are there some oils that be better for me to use due to the earache and
Like
likely
deep,
limp involvement? Question mark.
deep in the ear, or like the outer ear, or around the ear.
Deep.
Deep in the ear. Let me look. Um, maybe try like Naoli or Kayuput. And I would rub it like, put a little on your finger and like kind of rub it in the ear. Don't necessarily pour it in the ear, and then rub it on the outside of the ear and even around the ear. Like just put a couple drops on and then just keep rubbing it in all of those areas and see if that helps. Inhale as well. Neoli, I don't know if they have a lot of oils, but Neoli you might have because it's been in a bunch of things, and Kayuput you might not have, but that's a that's still in the tea tree family. Neoli's in the tea tree family along with Kayuput, but see if that helps. The Kayuput is a little bit more for an earache, and the Neoli is a little bit more for ear inflammation.
The person for the Spanish sage, they're asking what would be the application.
I would take it neat, put a few drops on your fingertips, and then kind of rub it into the area. Yeah, you could also do an ointment, but neat should be okay. Where's the shingle pain at? Excuse me.
It's the arm.
Oh, yeah, you need.
What somebody's asking, what do you do for fungus in the ear?
I would probably take like cinnamon internally.
Mhm.
I mean, you can try putting a little bit of tea tree on the fingertip and then rubbing it in the ear, but that seems like more likely to get good results by treating it from the inside out. So cinnamon in water, be sure to put it in water, but cinnamon should be quite helpful. You know, the we have that candida pack, like the digestive and candida pack, but that also could be systemic um fungus and yeast like overgrowth in the body. And so yeah. Try just like the tea tree a little bit topically, but more importantly, cinnamon internally. If you don't have cinnamon, maybe some form of thyme.
And then go ahead, Susan.
Hey, Susan.
Hi, Greg.
Hey, how are you?
I'll even put my face up there. Um, I thanks for the class. I've been sick for the last 3 weeks, and so done a lot of work. And you get the opportunity to say, "Are you sick because you're sick, or are you sick because it's psychological, emotional,
Mhm.
energetic?" So done a lot of deep work. And at the very beginning of the class, I thought, "Will I be able to get through the class?" And in your introduction, it was so validating for me, and I want to thank you. You said it doesn't matter if it happened yesterday or 5 years or 20 years
Yeah.
ago. And, my PTSD showed up 20 years ago. And it was so validating to hear you say, I get to have that reaction and it's still okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to thank you for that. It's been a lovely class and a little brutally hard. There have been some things that showed up that I'm grateful for, and I thank you for.
Oh, good.
Um, Little sidebar, can a 1 minute anecdote? I shared my love of your oils with a dear friend who has a 2.5-year-old, and she and the 2.5-year-old come and they both just sit immersed in the oils. And this 2.5-year-old is just truly gifted and has spiritual gifts that I don't fully understand. But she loved all of your oils, but she was especially drawn to Christ. And so she bought it from you. And her grandma was wearing it. And she said, Blake, what does this smell like? Her response was, it smells like Jesus.
Yeah.
So from the mouth of a 2.5-year-old who doesn't understand the word Christ or read the word Christ, and
Right.
actually grandma was wearing it, so she didn't even see the bottle. She just wanted, she knew what Jesus smelled like. So thank
That's
you.
cute. Yeah.
I'm the revolving library of oils, and little Blake takes home one of those bags that you used to send. She's
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. They take home a little bag of oil and they return them and they get a new bag. So thank you, and thank you for today.
Oh, good. I'm glad.
I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Hi, Greg.
Yeah, go ahead, Sue.
Hey.
Hey, this is Lynn Lucida, Sue's friend.
Uh-huh.
Uh, I have a question regarding
Sure.
the diffusing of your oils.
Sure.
Can they all be diffused? Are there some of them that can be
No,
diffused?
they can
I
all
use
be.
a lot of diffusing.
Yeah, they can all be diffused. The issue would be that sometimes the different diffusers might have a harder time with some of the heavier or thicker oils, things that are more resiny. And so what happens sometimes is like the diffuser, even if it's some of those that you add water to and you put the oil in the water, they'll still get gunked up a little bit. So you have to kind of clean them out. If you're not sure, one of the ways to diffuse is like a really simple way is to take like a tissue, and do you have a tissue?
Mhm.
Like you take a tissue and say, like you have the tissue like here, put first like kind of twist it up like so, like so it's all
Mhm.
twisted, and then put like several drops on top, and then
Mhm.
kind of leave it like that, and then put it on the table, and then stick like a jar over the top of it, and then you let it sit there for about 10 or 15 minutes, and then take it out, and then unfold the tissue like so, and then just let it kind of sit on the table like that, and it will just
Okay.
open up and blossom in the room, and you don't have to clean the diffuser, and you don't have to worry about if it's going to gunk things up. And
Oh,
some of the old diffusers, like I still have a diffuser that I bought like 35 years ago, and it still works. But some of the newer diffusers, um I don't know that I've gotten more than 6 months out of some of them, because they get like gunked up, and they kind of stop functioning, and they stop putting the smell out. And so um I kind of always go back to the old school, like tissue. And back in the old days, there were these companies that would make these big like glass, like blown glass, like kind of fancy things that you would have on a table, and you would put it on there and then open it up. And but the good old fashioned mason jar, or just like a big cup or something, it works great. Yeah.
okay, good.
Hi,
Great.
Greg.
Hey, how are you?
Doing good.
Yeah, good, good. Yeah,
We're here, both of us,
yeah,
Yeah,
I'm glad you figured out the link. Yeah.
eventually.
took us a minute. Yeah, enjoying the class very much.
Yeah, good. Good. I'm glad.
Thank you.
You're so welcome. Good to see you.
And somebody's asking for the Sage again. What about Sage Supreme?
Yeah,
The
Sage
name.
Supreme's got them all in there. It's Spanish sage and um, there's several just kind of regular standard sages that we have. And then it's got the Blue Mountain sage, and which is a really super fancy sage. And so, yeah, it's Spanish or not Spanish. Sage Supreme is sitting on the coffee table. Uh, yeah, it's one of the ones that's just kind of always there for me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So, okay. So, how about this? We're going to take a break. We'll come back at 5 after the hour. So, we'll have a little 15-minute break. And then we'll kind of do a little mix and match, like free for all with some of the stuff that we did. And
Go ahead, Teresa.
hey, Teresa.
Sorry to interrupt the break.
Oh, that's okay.
I just have a question. It
Sure.
just popped up as I'm processing.
Hmm.
Um, if you've had like today's been really powerful of closing loops and releasing things. And
Yes.
I'm curious about two things.
Right.
One, like as you're closing a loop and you've had like a negative or experience with somebody or a repetitive negative series of events,
Hmm.
is it typical that as that closes, you also there are positive memories that come up with the same?
Yes. Exactly. And that's kind of that first segment, the angel heart, is
Yeah.
that we're able to see beyond the negative and see like that there's positive or be it a
Hmm.
situation, a person, an event, or about ourselves. We might feel like I feel good about myself, but in that area, uh, whatever that is, that you
Hmm.
can hold both, even though really they're almost in opposition with each other. And
Got
they're
it.
in opposition really more in our mind because
Yep.
usually like both can exist, but our mind goes, nope, either they're a good person or they're a bad person.
Got it.
Or either this is a good situation or a bad situation. Either I
Okay.
was super unhappy in that situation or I was happy. And, like I've shared in the past where I had joined this organization and we are doing like what they called a very simple meditation. And it was like, okay, put your awareness on your heart and recall a happy time. And I was like, well, okay, recalling a happy time. Well, that situation was happy, but then that thing happened, so that's
Hmm.
not happy. And then, well, that one's a happy, but then, uh, all that went bad. I had this great circle of friends, but then we all moved and went our separate ways. So, I miss them all. That's not a happy time. So like I'm going through, and then they were like, now move your awareness to the crown, recall another happy time. Start getting anxious because I like now I got two happy times I gotta come up with. And but in my mind, if something bad happened, then that situation wasn't happy. And a lot of times it wasn't that something horrible had happened, but like I used the circle of friends thing. Like, I had this little circle of friends, and then we just slowly all kind of started going our own separate ways. And, somebody got married, another person had a baby, just whatever. But because I missed them or because it ended, all of a sudden it's like that's not a happy time anymore. Even
Yeah.
though nothing really bad happened, except for everybody went their own separate ways. And that wasn't even really bad. It's just life. But my
Hmm.
mind perceived that as not happy.
Got it.
And so that's the way the mind works. And so what I would say is there was not enough heart in the situation for myself
Yep.
so that it could hold both of those and then tell the mind, like, no, both are true. Like it's the heart that tells us that, not the mind. And
Okay.
so a lot of times we can have that in different areas in our life, but usually in an area that's like difficult or we get wounded or was really incredibly stressful or
Hmm.
we just didn't feel good about ourselves. It still goes into that stress thinking, which then makes it polarized. And so
Sure.
that first segment is just about that. It's being able to say, like, that person, I really like that person, but they also can be a jerk. And I don't negate the jerk part because they're a jerk sometimes. But at the same time, there's lots of times they're quite nice and quite pleasant, and but just, we stay clear of that one area, you know.
Sure,
And
sure.
and so, because if you look like, as a therapist over a period of time, I would see people who, like, say, had friends, or say they had a job or something for like a really long time, and 95% of the time it was really good, but they would have some weird conversation, or they get into like a weird argument that really wasn't even that important, like it wasn't like a deal breaker or a game changer. It was just like, they had a weird conversation, or some little weird event happened, and
Yeah.
they threw out that 95% of good for that weird 5% that really wasn't that significant. But they were like, ugh, I'm done with the friendship. I'm done with the job. I'm done with whatever. And it's because we really don't spend the time to go, well, yeah, there's something bad there, but there's so much good. Let's work through that negative thing, or let's move past it, or, say something, whatever. But let's still maintain that 95% good part. I saw so many people do that I was like, ugh, how many times have I done that in my life? Like I started taking inventory and I was like, okay, after I run out of fingers, one, two, three, four,
Hmm.
it's like, let's just assume I did it a lot. And
Yeah.
and so, it doesn't mean that there are times where it is a deal breaker, but you're like choosing, I need to walk away from this situation rather than just reacting and blowing it up, you know, because I still choose to walk away from situations, but I consciously do it rather than just reacting and then not being able to recover, and
Yeah. And what if so that makes sense.
yeah.
Uh and then I'm thinking of, kind of that repetitive experience where I did have a situation, a
Mhm.
relationship that needed to end. It was just not
Mhm.
healthy. It was very hard to walk away, and really since that experience, it's been really hard. Um, I don't know, to recover. A lot of
Sure.
old grief came up
Yeah,
this
of
week.
course.
And I guess maybe there's, give me a second, an unconscious fear uh, that it will happen again, or I did something wrong, and I know I
Right.
didn't. Like, so
Right.
I'm working through this because it's like it's been 16 years. I want to go experience happy, you know? Um, so when we talk about energy mechanics, the stuff sitting in the unconscious mind isn't automatically creating that experience, is it?
It's probably a little bit more of that. It's not creating it. It's like, being a little hyper vigilant, or a hyper, like waiting for the other shoe to drop, or, it's like my story with the car. Like, I don't want the good car because, and here's the funny story about that car. About a year later, in 2 weeks, it got hit 3 times and it got totaled. But I was in a good place when I got that nice car. Like, I was like, well, I got to drive it for a year. But in the
Yep.
beginning, I was like horrified that that would happen, right?
Yeah.
And so, um the thing that I would say, that kind of goes into, how we talk about like the different lenses. I think that was in the applied angelology class, where
Yep.
there's the stability lens and the protective lens that's associated with trauma, and safety lens associated with fear.
Yeah.
And one that I find to be quite profound is chronic pain, and that could be physical, but it also can be psychological. And the idea being that the more intense or the more profound that a pain is, be it physical or psychological, your brain goes, okay, we need to never let that happen again because it sucked. It really sucked. I don't want to go through that experience again. So what the brain does is it starts to do like hypotheticals, like, that might be a situation where you get hurt like that. That might be a situation where you get hurt again. And the brain is just trying to protect from having that experience again. But part of how it communicates it to the body is that it will exaggerate like a physical pain. Like, it's the issue I have in my back that like it was so badly injured that there's times where the back will start hurting, but it's like, careful, don't be picking up big boxes so that the back will start to hurt. And again, I use like sage or something to break out of
Hmm.
that loop, but your brain will magnify like pain or hurt because it's not trying to avoid the pain and hurt of like on a small scale. It's trying to prevent the wound, right? And hurt and wounds to the body are very different things. So the pain is like, hey, careful. Hey, there's a problem. Hey, you know, avoid this. Don't pick that up or don't interact with people like this. And so, part of it is you're not creating it, but that little like hesitation or whatever is like there was a wound there, right? And so after a while, you start kind of breaking out of it little by little, but then there's still something in the unconscious that is like, careful, careful, careful. And so, going back to the idea of like sage and like nerve help and things like that, it helps us to break out of Mm, that chronic like pain pattern, be it physically in the body or psychologically. Because even that blend chronic pain, that's what it's for. It's
Hmm.
for physical pain, but I use it even for old psychological things. I find that it works just equally as well for that as it does for anything. You could also use galbanum, like take
Okay.
galbanum internally and maybe
Sure.
like drops on the wrist,
Okay.
and it's not going to flick a light switch, but I go back to that thing of aiming. It's like, okay, there was a deep wound, so I'll start to take a few steps out and engage the situation. I'm aiming for something. I might have a little bit of a reaction, but then I feel it in my body. Okay, I'm okay. Ah. And then I take a few more steps, and then you start to feel like, okay, feel it in my body. Okay, I've shifted out of that. Okay, aim again. I'm gonna take a few more steps. This time I'm gonna take even more steps.
Uh-huh.
And then fill it in the body. And then pretty soon you're like, hey, where'd that thing go? You know? But it usually is a series of small steps.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I've been working on it
Yeah.
since doing your classes.
Yeah.
It's just came up in a different wave this week.
Yeah.
Um,
But I would say when it comes up in a different wave, you're starting to hit because usually if it's a wound, it's multifaceted. It's
mhm,
like even how we did, okay, we're going to do the negative when we did the loops,
mhm,
and then we went to something positive. And there's a little bit of stink on the positive things
mhm,
from those negative experiences. It's that same idea of just cleaning that stuff up because
mhm.
we don't think that it's like, put a little juju on the good things. We just think, yeah, they're good. Let's just deal with the negative. But then when we start stepping back, it's like, it's everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Just keep doing what you've been doing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Someone shared, I noticed my throat and chest tightening for some of the oils and blends. Is there a best way to do it in that case? Best way to use it. I think it just language translation.
Um, I mean, a couple of things. So one is sometimes maybe if you hold it a little too close to the nose, it might be a little too intense. So maybe just back it off a little bit. That could be one. And then two, sometimes if it's starting to shift things in the nervous system, there can be a little bit of like protective mechanism. So I would say just slow down the pace. Like inhale it. If you start to feel something, go, okay, I'm just going to let there be a minute or so of just being still and not really inhaling something. Okay, now let's do it again. So try that. Okay, so how about we'll come back at 20 after, and then we'll still kind of do a little experiment with some of the stuff we've done. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. And let's slide back to segment 1. So the blend is Angel Heart or Tuberose, Blue Lotus, Angelica, Osmanthus, Opopanax, Green Heart, Schizandra, or Cape Chamomile. Whichever oil you use for the beginning of the day, let's revisit that. And we're going to do a slightly different pattern. So let's start with our awareness on the forehead. You're inhaling. Thank you. Your awareness is on the forehead. Now, move your awareness to the back head. Your awareness is on the back head. Now go to the sides of the head. So this like whole side area. Still on the sides of your head. Your awareness is on your brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness on your brain. Now drop to the high heart. The bottom part of your throat or the upper part of your chest, that little notch between your two collarbones. Your awareness is there. Now you're dropping your awareness to your front heart, the center of your chest. Your awareness is still on your front heart. Pause and let go. Okay, let's slide to segment 2. Choose an oil: Ambrit, Angelica, Arnica, Cypriol, Rue, Prue Balsam, Melissa, Osmanthus, or the blend movement. And then again, your awareness is on your brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breath with your awareness on your brain. The spine, your awareness is on the spine. The brain and spine both at the same time. The brain and soles of your feet. Brain and soles of your feet. The brain and the soles of your feet. Then let that go. Okay, segment 3, blend violet healer or sage, frankincense, lavender, cistus, poplar balsam, acacia, or carnation. The soles of your feet. the sex chakra, where the sex organs are. The back solar plexus, that mid back area. The forehead, your awareness is on the forehead. And then the back head. Your awareness is on the back head. How's this been? Raise. Your awareness is on the back head. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Pause and let go. Kind of leave you in a happy place, yeah.
That's great.
So that was just a little quickie. We modified the first one just because we can experiment with it, doing a little different way. Then we did the repetitive loop, and then we did the stabilizing the self, and a little quick one. It was about 35 or 40 minutes, 35, I think. So, maybe we can even edit that out. So it's a little quick practice for everybody. So we'll edit that out, it'll be available next week, but that way you can do like a little daily thing if you want. It's short and simple and, you know, not quite as intense as what we did earlier in the day, but so we're going to cover some different material tomorrow. We're going to get started at 10. But if you guys have questions or shares, you want to do that right now, you're more than welcome. But if not, we'll be starting at 10 in the morning and we'll have a slow, casual day tomorrow. And we are going to be working some chords, a slightly different approach than what we've done before, just slightly. But I find it to be even deeper and more effective than things we've even done before. So hopefully you can join us for tomorrow. But if anybody has something to say,
Yeah, go ahead, Denise.
hey.
Gosh, this has been really a great class. Oh, I
Oh,
said
good.
that about so many, but I love them. I do love them
Oh,
all.
good.
Um, could I use Blue Healer again this evening at all? Because I really enjoyed working with the
Yeah, Blue
orient.
Healer's always good. It's, it's disinflaming to the body and calming and soothing, and it's very stabilizing. And then also I use it just to like calm down the body emotions that can get generated sometimes. I like to end the day with that stuff. Yeah.
Oh, great. I think I thankfully that's one I have a bigger bottle of. So
Sure.
I'm
Yeah,
really
yeah.
grateful for that. And gosh, I'm really pleased that you're going to work on chords tomorrow. I'm looking
Yeah.
forward to that.
Everybody always needs it. We all need it. Like, as
Thank
long as
you.
we have a body, we got to work that stuff,
Oh, I truly am so grateful for you and Sam and this whole
Oh, you're
group.
so sweet.
So
Thank you.
have a lovely evening, you guys. Thank
You
you.
too.
You can go ahead, Laura.
Hey, Laura.
Salt. Hey, Greg. Salt bath choices. You've mentioned frankincense.
I like frankincense or sage. I
Perfect.
mean, you could do other things too, but for the work that we've done today, frankincense and sage are great choices.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, you're so welcome.
It was very calming practice.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah.
Someone said they can't find emotional shielding in any of the class kits listed. That is correct. So this is the first time emotional shielding's actually been in any class kit.
Really?
Mhm.
I thought we had used it in a,
I looked it up today.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Might be in a future class.
But he's been,
Yeah,
it's in his past, but
yeah.
in our future.
Well, in the one coming up in a few weeks, it's going to be in that one. It's actually going to have physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual shielding.
Powerful class. Thank you so much.
Mhm.
It's amazing how frequently these classes are presented at the exact moment in time they are most needed. Very much.
Good, good, good.
Much love and gratitude.
Yeah.
All right. See you guys tomorrow. I'll
Okay.
send a new link out here in the next couple hours.
Yeah. I'll see you in the morning. Get a good night's rest.